Hey Squiggles, how are you doing? Okay. So, we didn't quite finish the investigation last night. We're at literally the last section. We're very, rapidly coming up on the end of this game. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick.
You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. Gotta go home early today. Hopefully getting... I assume that you mean called off tomorrow, and then you have a week off. Nice. I'm kind of in the same boat, actually. I'm in a weird situation where, like, the person that puts out all of my cartridges to do for my toner job is on vacation until the 23rd. And so I basically go in on Monday and finish everything that has been set out for me. And then I have no work until the 23rd at that point. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Take that!
After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donham's room reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
Didn't go?
No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Donham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you?
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? It's like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? But then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm gonna take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is...
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall.
Yeah.
I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow that I didn't get there until after 10.
Until after 10. How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? Must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell. That's all.
Sorry, give me a sec.
I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
Where did you...
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe that they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was...
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
Thought so. Gosh. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. Yeah, they share... Their mom is, Morgan Fay, who is a villain from the last game. Also, Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. But we're dealing with spirit channelers currently, so, you know, she can still be involved. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than to admit to... she'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know that someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
Sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. Gosh, why is my throat being like this tonight? But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like...
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. You didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder?
Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit. Also, fun fact, this is very cleverly translated. The original dinner that they had the night before was curry, and I forget, the whole thing with Pearl's having difficulty reading is that she can't read katakana in the Japanese version. And so it's another character that reads similar to curry.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me. It's such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
Gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Kurine, like it said in the letter.
See. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. And so I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. And so I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and no one in the training hall.
Or there was no one in the training hall.
I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and...
Let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. You know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is this why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Wouldn't Mia have known Dahlia was her cousin? So, it's tricky because, essentially, that's kind of a plot hole because Dahlia and Iris were taken by Morgan's ex-husband when they were very young. And then Pearl and Morgan, like, Pearl is from a different father. And they stayed in the village. And then Mia and Maya only know about Pearl as their cousin. Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. That would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl's could. I hate my throat. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Larry has never met a polyamorous girl before. Hey, Sachi, how are you doing? How long ago did Mia and Maya's mom die? 2 days ago, because, Elise Donum is their mom. But they also didn't have, any contact with her for 17 years. Makes sense, though, they wouldn't hang out with Larry. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. And so make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
Aw, I'm sorry, Sachi. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother's gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month, she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it, and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fey clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
And she said it was for the good of the Fate clan, so I knew I had to help her.
How did Dahlia die? Death penalty.
I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fate clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit. But this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
And there's something else that's strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
It sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate, like... With that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Finally figured it out, have you, Wright? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a frickin' puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... You were the only one that was by their side. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come. For you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the Master Seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
Maya Fey found dead with a miniature statuette of the Thinker by her side. God, could you imagine? Is Morgan fucking dead? Probably. This game is setting up a pretty solid precedent of, like, everyone that gets convicted of murder gets death penalty. Because Manfred von Karma was also confirmed to be dead. And that's what he was convicted of. Hey Kentish man, how are you doing?
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Love a bit of Phoenix in the morning? Yeah. I'm enjoying replaying this, and we're right at the end.
Oh, I see. And so is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. You're looking for Iris. She's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh. Edgeworth, that was a really good Godot impression. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but a Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
In Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks, and people say that Franziska von Karma did not get any character development between Justice for All in this game. The old Franziska von Karma would never do this. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimated that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. Don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. He said it! Thanks. I know what he meant, but I choose to read it. I choose to read it as him calling him calling Phoenix his partner, as in romantically. Still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Holy fucking shit, he said it. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. Possible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. It is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Ooh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Convenient. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. It explains a lot. Poor brother. Looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. We of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Gosh. So then you mean? Forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Goodness, is there something you want to confess to?
Yes. But first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
You actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you are an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet's an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That good dough. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families in the Kuren tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
Sorry, but main family? I love when things get crumpled up and shoved into pockets.
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kuren channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. What's this on the count of Maya's been accused of murder? Count like 3 or 4?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... 4. Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
It wasn't self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
Move the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. Got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did do it was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden.
Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she know? Too bad for you. But she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go? I was in the inner temple training hall. Private conversation between the two of you doesn't constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. Have to say, witness.
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya. And she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. I'll understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff.
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Miss Faye.
Yes. It was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. And she threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
Dagger, huh? And Elise Donham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. I always forget how to pronounce this. Worcester sauce. No problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Here's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? I'm gonna take my glasses off because they're giving me a headache. But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now. Let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
Objection!
Sister Iris. There's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature to it. Also, I like the way that this staff is built because when it's unsheathed, you can wield it from the hook at the top of it, and it's got like a handguard on it. As you can see, it's a sword. Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye. The murderously inclined niece part has not been confirmed or denied yet. It hasn't been brought up yet. She wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris? What do you have to say?
I...
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. Even so, how should I put this? The longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite effective in close quarters combat. It's literally all a longsword is able to be used for, buddy. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over a blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose and what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Gateau? If you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Eh? Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, you might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Really, are you gonna make me present the profile? I still don't think Miss Donham would ever attack Maya. If you think about their relationship, it's obvious. Why don't you think it over one more time?
Take that!
That's dumb. Both of those should have worked. Elise Donham would have never attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
No, not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? She related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Kurine channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. 1, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. Then 2, the people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Wow, why did I pull victim out of there? Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. Taken together, this entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen. There's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Because he has a grudge against Phoenix. Huh. Still don't get it. I think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Did you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And He discovered this little beauty. It's not the dagger the witness testified to seeing. Obviously. Your Honor. Don't you notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? Dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means, blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. You've been listening, old man. I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Well then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. Ever. That's some Larry Butts logic if I've ever heard it, Godot. In any case, witness, if you would please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit on the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit on the head with the staff.
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them have noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
It was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya fade to after she was struck?
But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon.
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet. Didn't do when the weapon was stolen from her.
And suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim.
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. And I don't know, Phoenix. She is fully willing to smash you over the head with a steel pipe, so... As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe that the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so, after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
And that's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Oh, she was stabbed from behind on the autopsy report, right? Loss of blood from stab in the back. Okay, see you, Sachi. What? That's not it. That does... As much as I love the story of this case, I absolutely hate trying to navigate what spots actually count for the contradiction. Something about you isn't right today, Iris.
Uh-huh.
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. They're like books. They've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Would you please knock it off with these cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff that people fighting being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Yeah, but he's also really cool. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
You ask me. You're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. Also, completely random fun fact that I learned about. Apparently, originally, Godot was intended to have the leg slam that Van Zieks has from Great Ace Attorney. He was also supposed to have a whiskey glass, like a rocks glass of whiskey, but they thought it would be too mature, and a pipe. But to pick out each one requires total concentration, and the use of all the senses. You're really concentrating on what this witness actually said. Mosquito Godot, explain yourself. This was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, you know, Azakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is training at the inner temple, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. According to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been no faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it'd be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. Can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet. Written blood? It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are you all talking about? Talking about the message written in blood. Huh. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. I'm glad you like them. That's one of the big reasons why I really, really love playing Ace Attorney on stream. Like, I love Ace Attorney regardless. I played through the original trilogy on the 3DS trilogy years ago. But it's really fun doing voices. Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further?
Yo, thanks for the bits, Kentish man.
Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on.
Godot's literally shaking. Somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurang tradition. And so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shiji Shito to alter the way the wound looked.
Moved the body.
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
Terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But...
You're spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes. And that's why I couldn't go back.
Story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I can't quite find the right spot that I want Iris's voice to sit. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that.
Objection!
You saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurang tradition. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes. Of course I did.
That's odd.
I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. And so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
Moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
It's pretty amazing that you can make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me.
Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and...
Surprisingly sturdy, she says about the bridge that caught fire and collapsed. Yeah, exactly.
Hold it!
The snowmobile? Knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
Sorry, witness. Now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Doe, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe. But when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. It's one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? I like that Godot is just over here like, hey, no, I'm gonna take this contradiction. This one's mine. Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
Think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. You transported the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Yes. I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I used the Shiji Shito to alter the way the wound looked.
Hold it! Hold it!
I want to check the other dialogue option. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Oh yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes. I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And when the murder took place, it had already stopped. And that's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Very important. Murder took place. The snow had already stopped? It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony. Interesting. Star Trek's never something that I've interacted with, so I wouldn't know. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. Should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
I went the longest possible way to the autopsy report. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks are so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations. Than that movie, The Grid Revelations. What is that supposed to be a reference to? Matrix? Huh. Well then. Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve. Rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Is this literally just pointing out the weather data? I genuinely don't. I'm making a confident save. It's a reference to the Matrix movie, Matrix Revelations. See, the big thing is that I'm thinking that it's the crystal sphere, but I also don't know if it is, simply because the evidence description doesn't say that it was buried in snow at the time, despite the fact that it was buried in snow at the time. Nope. Don't mind me. Is it the weather report? No? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Hey, Cabs, how are you doing? It's been a hot minute. I'm doing pretty good. Getting close to the end of Ace Attorney. Is it the autopsy report? No? What could possibly... Is it the snowmobile picture? Except Iris doesn't have spiritual powers, Squiggles. That's something that we've, Actually, it might even be in her profile. Doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. What is the answer to this? At the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Mobile. Key.
Objection!
Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting the answer to this one, Kebs, if you remember it. Because I'm genuinely grasping. I think it's the crime photo. Nope. Okay, let's see. Well, that's Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kuren tradition. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge. And I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and used the Shiji Shito to alter the way the wound looked. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. More like definitely. I see. Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donum.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Just replayed both of the Edgeworth games recently. I am looking forward to playing them eventually. Because I've never played them.
Hold it!
They are not available on Steam or Switch, unfortunately. They're only on the DS, yeah. What? The time the murder had taken place, the snow had already stopped. What? The game seems to be pushing really hard that this is where the contradiction is, but I don't see it with all of the stuff that I've presented and was wrong.
Objection!
Fuck off, game. That frustrates me. There is no reason that Godot and Phoenix should have been putting so much emphasis on snow if it had nothing to do with the snow. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. Yeah, but it's not a good red herring because it's basically blatantly misleading me. It was presenting the weather report on the I dragged Misty Faye's body across Dusky Bridge. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge was on fire?
Don't mean to say. Didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No.
Did you? I'm not sure. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Yes, and my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court. Have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dona was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donum's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. And so my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of the night is hazy?
Objection!
It's only human to err. You're so perfect, Wright. Maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found on the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no.
I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
It was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It's taken on the morning after the incident. Certainly was burned to a crisp, and the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. It would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. That's right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Are you saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
Huh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everybody to figure this out. How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. Start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I'm gonna make a confidence save because I'm very confident in my answer. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Pugh, preposterous. Do sharks die if they stop moving? Yeah. The way that their gills work, they have to keep moving because their gills don't have any, like, actual suction to them. They have to keep moving to push water into their gills. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donham. Brilliant? Really gifted.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was still at the mountain shack at Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure that it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You're so eager to turn this case upside down. Why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna give me any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurice Donham is... exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. No. You're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Whoosh. Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Must be some way, I just know it. Some way that Larry's sketch shows the truth of what happened. Really? You kicked me all the way back to the testimony game? Yeah, this is stupid. Better not punish the player. The stupid thing is that I remember the answer to this, and this is the other solution, like the other thing should have been the correct thing. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. No art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Donham stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Wright. What exactly contradicts reality as we show it? Or as we know it. Whoops. The flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal.
Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Your Honor, please give me one more chance. Tight spot now. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. It's time for me to flip things around and get them straight in my head. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You saying that you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. The reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh. No way. Maurice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually be... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order. All the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. This is a very good game. I love this game. It has its issues, but I love this game a lot. The body had been found at the inner temple. It would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get this body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can have only been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think a criminal had a rope on hand to create a pendulum? The meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. I'll drink to that, Godot. Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Also, give me a sec. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, is that the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet to her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Donham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Sorry, give me a sec. There we go. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. It's already marked on this overhead map. Crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? But this cold coffee might help you cool down. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. You forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say. And naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do?
Yes, Your Honor. Buddy couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Take that! It can only be you, Sister Iris. Uh-huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
That's right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection! I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means that it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? Ooh, saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Are you serious? Try it. You mean this woman is...
There's no one beside Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing here at the witness stand. Her real name is... Why did they switch spots? I nearly presented Morgan Fay because Dahlia Hawthorne was in this slot during the investigation. Take that! I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. Case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
Oh, the honor is all mine. But According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurine channeling technique flows within that body. Kurine channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
When both the defense and prosecution say death is ignorable, and the judge is forced to go, okay then, yeah. We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happened. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. It means that Iris was at the dinner. The Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne had been... the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled. She had been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. You with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. Found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Phew. Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know, unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
But Mr. Wright, it's the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple. Have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move around freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move around freely like that?
Sorry, I know you didn't mean to. Wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move around was...
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. He went from the he went to the inner temple, or we went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice... Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession. Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What's going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. This time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. God damn, this last case is really long. Maybe it's also because I got tripped up multiple times, but...
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Everyone spontaneously blacked out all at the same time. And everyone saw that little to be continued in the corner. We have to recap this in-universe. Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. That's about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means, really are.
Wait a minute.
Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Wright.
I came out very raspy.
Got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya. Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. And since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
See, so that's when you discussed this plan.
Huh. You crazy. At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurine?
And she's a cold, twisted woman. And she thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, and so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. And she was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
The Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master.
That's ridiculous.
And she was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well.
How How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris.
You? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, and Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
And she and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they'd think it was Iris that had done it.
The witness in the case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why would you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? It's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. You still want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete, and your pathetic faith in other people.
Just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling your own greedy desires. Yes, it was clearly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? It's this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
Want to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
Somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
The reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. And then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was at least Donum who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. And she left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What'd you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying that you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. And just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
Stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
We're in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. And somehow I'd been trapped in there.
How did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I would return to the underworld, or I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her for myself.
That line. Real quick. I'm gonna hit you with a quick BRB. I need to go get more water. Also, yes, the design for the Psyche locks is the same as the design for the Trick locks, so they are used in Apollo Justice.
And I swore that I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew that I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
Is that you're saying? We're actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. And so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
And still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
And the flies had already started to gather.
Bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. And so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, and she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris.
And she said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I had assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. And the person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
That is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. And she wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River. That's not your voice.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Godot has his own theme song on his cell phone number, or as his ringtone. Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay. Thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in that cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So what about Maya? Where is she? Was no one else found inside the sacred cavern? No. Can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! Seems this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be.
Huh.
Oh, wow, what was that? Huh. Why did that come out so high-pitched? That was very unintentional. Try it. You ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
That's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Come on. Hello, Mr. Wright. Miss Hawthorne claims that Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Have any evidence that refutes this claim? It's the map, right? Yeah, because it's got a giant sandbar along the entire side there. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Huh. So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here, in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why is that? Why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. On already? Can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But Maya Fey channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? I love this twist. This twist is so good. Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp?
Wow, that was a Freudian slip.
Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't that obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
Me, of course.
Mia!
Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Huh. You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time.
I really hope that I'm not being too loud. I love voicing yelling. It's very fun.
You had her cornered in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did. Most terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
And when she woke up, and she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. And she explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
Yeah, my biggest thing is that I really hope that I'm not yelling loud enough to wake up the other people in the house. Like, I'm relatively isolated where I am, but, like, still, I'm being very loud.
She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But, one thing was perfectly clear.
That was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So So it was Maya that put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay.
Pearls.
Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. And so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. A fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman!
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you hadn't got the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death! True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. And for all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. And since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. It's a lot of text boxes.
I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Nick. Sis.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye as well as the young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor.
The
Tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kuran channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. Gosh, doing Dahlia's voice really tried my throat out. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial. It isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. And she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Donum. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? Still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ah, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event. I'll put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. First, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover a bit before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, it's Wright. Got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
That's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today, to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you'd tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother, and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. And Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. And Talia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hidden the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But... the path to the Inner Temple was cut off,
Well, path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
exactly. We can't just leave the body here. And so you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. And so I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shijishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant?
Yes?
Judge is calling you. Wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Oh wait, that was Mia. I read that as Maya in the text thing. Mia! How is Maya doing?
And physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means, the killer knew of Dahlia's plans from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battles is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. You know, if we weren't so close to the end of this, I would end here, but we're gonna go long tonight. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. The bloody dagger that was found stuck to the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. What I've heard. The witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. The first and only time that you cross-examined Maya in the original trilogy. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices.
Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurine channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. Pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, we're in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. There's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come in and out. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of him. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. Technically speaking, according to the lore that Justice for All set up, no, she hasn't been watching any of it. She's been basically asleep the entire time this trial has been going on. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey Nautilus, how are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate.
I was passing through the garden, on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. And suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Played 6 hours of a puzzle game. Need to shower badly. So we're struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
I'm sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Yo! How do you pronounce your name? Mama Roughton? How do you want me to pronounce your name? Give me a sec. Thanks for the raid. Roughton is fine. How was your stream? Where are you streaming?
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened.
Thank you for the stretch. Oh yeah, for all of you raiders who don't know me, I'm Maddie. I stream a lot of random stuff. I guess you'd call that a variety streamer, but
And I can do stuff with my voice like this.
Ah, okay. Streaming with Nautilus, cool.
I was passing through a garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. And suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Wow. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you call it when it happens. Or when that happens.
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help.
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Beside the attacker, there was another person.
I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
We're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Wasn't the stone lantern out? Was not lit the night of the crime. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Miss Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Cadeau, explain this. Add the pureness of the of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee, sir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au late. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Trite's words are the milk. You're the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. I'm sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden... Okay, thank you again for the raid, Roughton. I appreciate it. If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, The witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order, order, order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? You saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions.
Objection!
That's right. Do you even have any idea what you're proposing? How could you have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot.
Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? The man that killed her mother. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. Talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned off. It can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone? This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. It's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night was three glowing red lights, or was it three glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? Witness. Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. It's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying on the training hall floor. And by the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. And the torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. And since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
After the crime took place, the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Also, I like how I accidentally flashed to Godot for literally half a second. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple will have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It's like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
The torches were lit, and the body was gone.
Torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, so it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Here's some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too.
So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
A fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount. That's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this'll help explain them. And since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I must have done it. I think so. I would tamper the scene like that.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you.
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it. Oh, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened.
They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems, too. If her real identity had come out then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurine, killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. Still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through with that much trouble to protect you? I'm gonna save, just because I haven't saved in a little bit. Okay, cool. The body of Elise Donum was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood and was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. Look, Mr. Wright. Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior. Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow? Then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, Earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Ugh. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot. This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Can't see everything? Not correct, Mr. Godot. This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Huh. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron that delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. It's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. Strange. Black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? You admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe that Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You're the murderer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. Does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. That's rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so we removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. You would have been able to see just fine. Seems. Once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya. What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got all fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Didn't? Afraid I don't follow. You senile old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearly was also stuck at the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, while I was in the medical office.
Terribly sorry. You heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started.
Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night.
So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
And so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donham.
The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone.
She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack at all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
That means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare room.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, I know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have known herself, or she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time.
So it was your first time in the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. My imagining things, or did the defense just ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he never visited Hazakura. Or Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You wanna say something, Tride? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Like cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes. Then Mr. Godot... he found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
Here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over to the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. And the same way, I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Tribes. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Do you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed to the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Donum. Confidence save? Because I'm very confident in my answer. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. It's that wonderfully delicious smell. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any other way of knowing it was Misty Fey.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
Have a good night, Sachi. You could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Finished stream but didn't want to raid since I'm almost at the end. It is going well. I'm just, I'm hoping and praying that I can actually finish the game tonight. And I'm running stream extra long tonight for that, so...
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak in on the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fey authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist that this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. You just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
Really wanted to know. He had one great chance to find out. Yes, and what was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. A conversation during a jail visit where he learned about a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he entered the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. And he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. Certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. This behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What is this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you may have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, can't cry yet. Only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. The pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this very courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years. The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. The very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah. Old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Someone like me. Someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
First was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. That's why you became a prosecutor. I know the reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
Gosh, I'm getting choked up. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurine village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya. She never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. Contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple, and Misty Fay. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fay.
But how did you contact my mother? And she'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurine had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fay still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Also, sorry if you can hear the footsteps and stuff from upstairs. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. I was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there's just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you could come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
I thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
It was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
Master of Kurine, Misty Fae's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fae wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? The role in the plan was to make sure that no one was going to hurt Maya Fae. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Doe. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. Just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fae. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Wright. If you're the real deal, finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fae, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. And suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. And just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
It's red lights. You said you didn't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break, Trade. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fae? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Suddenly the red lights went out.
They went out?
Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Maybe. The batteries ran out, right, Trite? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. Could have really happened then.
And just at that moment, there was a horrible scream.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
The killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make some sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. You're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer. This pursuit theme is great. But exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. This is this game's normal pursuit theme, though. Nice theory, Trite. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In the event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya.
This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot really had been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That would solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple.
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court. What was this? Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down that bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Judge takes smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
It's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night?
Yeah?
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Huh. That's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. Can you prove it? You got even one piece of evidence. Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Huh. That's good. Fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that'll prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. I'm sorry, I need to safety save, otherwise I'm going to fuck this up, most likely. What? You decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid the wound? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Yeah? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ugh. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. You didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You, yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. Hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? I'd really wanted to save you. There's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. Truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It would have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or is it something else? Was it my hatred for the woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have simply been a desire for revenge? Now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. Fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. You forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
Do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
And for the case 5 years ago, of course.
Just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice.
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
And for those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
And she thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
And she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. She would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. No, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial is to rule on the murder of the victim, Miss Elise Donham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Hit it, Gumshoe. 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 Court is now adjourned. There was no confetti. What? Where was the confetti? Gumshoe. You were supposed to set up the confetti cannon. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix.
Sorry, Judge, I got some dust in my eyes.
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean that verdict?
I think one day, you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia.
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix.
Handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick.
Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Yeah? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on, cut it out with the gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. How? Francisca!
Still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
These two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial. Defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose... Oh. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No, no, no. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well, too?
My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Frenzy's Whippity Whip Trip.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back.
Maya glaring at Franziska is a very lesbian couple vibe, yeah. People like to ship them a lot, actually. People like to ship Maya and Franziska a lot.
Hey, Pearly.
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. Same, Nautilus. Like, Wrightworth is such a good ship, but so is Phoenix and Iris. They're such a good ship. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too.
How? Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl Fey.
Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved her and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite the bunch in here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at first class French restaurant tonight. Ugh.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Or else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey you, Crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? But she just went back home, that's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured. She's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Did you guys go on ahead? What about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick.
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, you're the... Ugh.
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to.
Hazakura Temple.
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon.
And with that swallow of water, I am officially out of water again.
Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly's here?
Thank you for the stretch, Nautilus.
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Ow.
Pearly's not here.
Ah. Maya, hanging scroll.
Ah! And someone's cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearly. Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me.
Ugh. Ugh.
My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, and Nick. And you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. And Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me, until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something that all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
Thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Mother...
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That is the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Sir Armando, Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that what we've overcome today.
But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the 3, or for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're gonna go have a feast today. We're going to have a feast today, Pearly.
Well,
You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
you know, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before coming next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
I'll really have to work extra hard. Master of Kurine and office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. I'll have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He really went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary, extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them secret reservations.
Think about me a brand new coat as a present, pal. Feel 10 years younger. Never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. Name of a love, a man will soil himself silly.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasurer of Kurine exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Casually running stream an hour and a half longer than I usually do. Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city.
My motto is cut it out, please.
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. And so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, special thick tea, and one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. And win through compromise.
I'm glad that you're enjoying. She got in a car wreck. I'm just old and in the way. Frankly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of whatever. This is what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Yeah, I'm waiting until then to do the Apollo trilogy of games. But there's the Great Ace Attorney duology, and
My. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money. I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual. I can't wait for Iris to come back.
gosh, the text scroll speed on these is insane. But there's also the Edgeworth games that I really want to stream. Just not directly next. The Greatest Attorney? No, there's one called The Great Ace Attorney.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard that you got a nosebleed.
Yeah, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The Great Ace Attorney duology is its own thing. It's kind of a prequel to this trilogy, but the Edgeworth Investigations games, I believe, canonically take place after Trials and Tribulations. Adventure and Resolve, yeah. Yeah, it was released in America not too long ago. It had a fan translation that's been out for a while, but... Oh, great.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. Now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Can accept these, I'm afraid, or something like that. Finally found something I love to do. Renzi's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist, and not a loser after all.
the Great Ace Attorney duology was released on 3DS originally, at the very tail end of the 3DS's lifespan. Okay. Good lord, I ran stream very, very long. Give me a sec. We'll find someone to raid. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord. Exclamation point socials if you want to check out the VODs channel. Otherwise, give me a sec and we'll find someone to raid. Toki's streaming. Hey, it actually will let us raid Toki. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I'm not sure what I will be streaming tomorrow, but I should be streaming tomorrow. It will be something. It might be linked to the past randomizer. It might be me starting a new game. We'll figure it out. I'll decide 10 minutes before stream starts, knowing me. But yeah, so I hope to see you there. I guess have a good one and take care.